bong, bong, bing, bang, boom, bang, bing, bong, bing, bong, boom, bong, boom, bong, bong. Yo, what up? We live? We are probably live at this point. Hey, I'm Technovoid. You might know me as the guy who is checking if he's live. He is! Holy crap! This is the first time I've been live. It's insanity. I cannot believe this is happening, but here we are. It's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Never played this game before. Don't know why we have a continue file. Might as well just start from GAA 2 Resolved Twisted Karma in his last bow, right? I don't see why not. I mean, from what I remember, Bao is actually the, like, 4th party member you get. Actually, is she the 5th? You have Goombario. You have Cooper. You have Bombette. You have Parakarry. And then you got Bo. So she's the 5th. That's crazy. Anyways, November 2nd. Last time we were playing, what would happen? Fucking, what's his face? Gregson, Inspector Gregson, the boy of the hour, perished. He was shot? He was shot through the heart, and we're to blame. And Van Zieks is to blame. He gave Love a bad name. And then there were some people, and we told them they're full of bullshit. And now we're probably going to do that again, because that's kind of how these games work. If someone says something, and we say you're full of bullshit. And they're like, sometimes they're like, oh my god, I was full of bullshit, and you caught me. Ah! And sometimes they're like, oh my god, I didn't even realize what I was saying was bullshit. That makes so much more sense. It's sort of a mix and match. But in this case, I think it's going to be I knew I was full of bullshit. I think that's what we're going to see a little bit of today. We're going to corner the killer of Gregson into it. Let's get. Yeah, you scared me. You popped up on the screen.
Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure what you're saying there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It was pretty hard to swallow.
Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you.
It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, well, it certainly is, and I'm winning.
But I was more shocked than all of you put together.
Oh, shit! Get him! This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? Who doesn't have trouble with those League men? I prefer to call them League man-children, because frankly, that's what they are. You were taken in by their trick.
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuthhound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of weekly £4 income.
And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean.
That's right, Suze, and it was me what took them. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly.
So it's gonna be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar with him with the same brush as you, Sholmes!
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, those are all the people involved in the case. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow.
Hey, Cabelliot! Thank you for popping in to say hello. We will miss you.
This recess will be over very shortly.
Yes, you're right. When are you starting? Shut up! Shut up! Blah 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 blah. I can't hear you. Blah 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 blah. Chat muted. L plus ratio deleted. Banned. Removed from existence. Bye bye. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. I don't know. There's so many games. There's so many games to play. It's so little time. Man, imagine if I could do this full time or more time than I do. If I could stream more than once a week, that'd be swell. Alas, it's difficult having multiple responsibilities. I can't believe. Yeah, no, that's exactly what's happened. Bye bye. And he was determined that I should take the defense. What's that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. That's okay, I got about 4 hours, give or take, to spare. Are you ready then, Mrs. Otto? Yes. Cool. Let's do it. Let's tell some people they're full of horse crap. 2nd of November, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. True. He stands there.
I'm Vengeance. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Vengeance, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi.
My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
Come on, guys, get in the courtroom, see? Do that to Biscotti. These 2 men are... Men? Okay, alright, cool. Are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. Demertory? What? You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau. A descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, en France.
And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The first ain't the French more than anyone else. This is gonna be easy. There's no jury in this one, though. That's the problem.
The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school of European nobility.
Those graduates from Timsik are the future ladies of Europe. Do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with this noble blood? Hello? I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells. Shut! You can't say that! You don't get to do a Poirot reference, you bastard! He's Belgian, not fucking French. Get your shit straight. How dare you? Least favorite character, worst Ace Attorney character ever. He's trying to steal a Poirot quote. I hate this guy. Bastard. I want to see you rotting in jail. That is all I am trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Also, what was with that Poirot bit? Oh, oui. Well, you see, I like to pretend he's French, because then it makes me feel better about myself and my shitty nationality.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. You see, capo?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you.
Yeah? What are you trying to tell me? One of your grand anecdotes? Viva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Chibelo, there it is. The capo's a trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, huh, Capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from the unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it.
No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. As the Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice.
C'est bien, Pipino. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4.
On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement.
And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with the money, to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Coster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I have seen the rest of my life.
See, and now every time I see the Capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
Except when we're too busy swindling people, you know.
The man in the photograph, every time I look at him it makes me cry because Gregson's dead.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
Why didn't you go to Crimson Street? Why Lime Street? That's a terrible idea.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
Must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Go far. With this attitude, we get nowhere, huh?
He's really sulking now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous.
There is no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed.
Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yeah, my lord. Totally forgot we do that. Sure, I can do one of those. Let me take a look at my notes. Ah, shit, I forgot to take notes. Crap. Alright, let's press on that. 1,000 people! That's a very big crowd! It was quite a spectacle. Redheads come from all over the capital.
See, the couple here, he has the magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple.
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino, the £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
We take their names, we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. And then I tell them we take us some days to let them know by the post, finito, maybe 2 minutes per person.
Wait, how much would that be? 2 minutes, 1,000 people, 2,000 minutes, 2,000 divided by 50? Yeah, that's possible, I think.
We start early in the morning and we stop late at night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune.
Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with?
One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
But I don't scroll the man in this photograph, eh, capo?
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. And this is a way, guy. He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist. Thank you. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor. I may be small. But my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not gonna give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
Oh, I don't remember him.
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. This is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we will recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I just fed them one other detail about the victim? For example... I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember it in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Or a spaghetti. Me, love the spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
Si, capo, si. I say it again and again. Allora, these victims have nothing to do with us.
Hold it!
But we only have your word for that.
Si, but what else can we do, huh?
True.
Uffa, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Aye, capo?
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
Yeah, you had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Aye, capo?
I have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. Tell me about this. What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, capo?
After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But they bought them for the wrong day. Oops.
See, but it is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st, the 31st.
I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us.
Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. Is a holy punishment, eh?
Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. It is only your fault.
Ah.
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a fasta.
And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yeah, you do have a point there. It seems to me like we need more information. Definitely.
Hold it!
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation, but what if I told you that the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective! Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Does it?
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi?
See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from a Scotland Yard.
What?
Good lord. Order! Explain this what farce in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat at the pasta, no one is a fasta. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Objection!
Please don't shut up.
Trop tard. The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever.
Ooh. Ooh, so the real killer killed Gregson and then went to the park pretending to be Gregson to make people think Gregson was still alive on that day and only died the following day? Potentially? Maybe? Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a no-nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord.
Count, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
To make it seem like it was Gregson.
Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
I like this guy. He's fun.
Now, let us return to the witness testimony.
1 second, I need to check these papers. I suppose we should see what this inspector's papers are. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Yep, someone pretending to be Gregson to make the murder look like it happened on a different day. The Scotland Yard insignia, it looks genuine to me. But how? They stole it? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say, I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. The man who murdered Gregson took his card.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your attention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification.
Wow, look at Kazuma. So woke.
That is the bosses. No question about it. It can't be.
As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question, enrollment is spelled wrong, was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. Wrong. It was not. Zudano! It was not. They're telling the truth. Gregson would never act that way.
Order! Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose sight, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? Aye, what are you saying?
Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No!
Order, order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing. I don't know nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Now I wish I had returned to Italia.
Stop crying, Peppino, please.
Otherwise, I.
No, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing. I know nothing. Yeah.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. Yeah.
For crying out loud, that's exactly what they're doing.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night in our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really.
The fuck?
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. I capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it!
Uffa, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. You buy a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, capo, it is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back in the prison, gentlemen.
Oof, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
No! The murderer did! Come on, guys! It's not that hard!
We took him prisoner and kept him the night in our secret hideout.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do.
See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits.
I told you, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired, I capo?
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
Didn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think that the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why?
Because, why did he come to the park? We didn't know, as there was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that wasn't the case, he would have gone straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just failing to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right. Aye, capo.
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
CC address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said.
What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterward, he took out this identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? He's playing at the fucking harp up in heaven.
Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did that.
Hold it!
That being this identification for here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was suspicious, this man. Allora I was thinking it must be false, aye, capo?
It is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by
A little tussle, exactly.
Wolf, it was nothing.
Yeah, just a minor incident. The false inspector used a real piece of the work, aye, capo.
What happened?
It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilatore.
Can you blame him?
We chased him beyond so we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Yes. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Who do you think we are? Of course not! I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Something Mr. DeRousseau just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about?
Cavalo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe in me. And I speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League into plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. Aye, capo.
bruises, you say?
You wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You don't. You do. No. Oh, okay.
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it.
This man gonna rip off his shirt.
Echo, you see, is still very visible, aye?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo sometimes he is very rough. And
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You've had my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck? I wonder. Does it matter?
it's important.
Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Ay, capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. Naruhodo.
See, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put a collar on him and dragged him back, like what they did to me, you see?
Are you saying that red mark was caused by... So we can prove that Gregson didn't have any marks on his neck, so it wasn't him.
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar.
Is this true, Mr. Duraso?
What? We had the same banana at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. It's a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain at the leg of the bed, though, huh? I would have not tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equal. Is the capo's your motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot like a prison all of a sudden.
The capo is tough, but the capo is rough.
I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning, when you released the inspector...
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me.
Pepino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Now you know, eh? The capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, he's not so bad.
Okay. Alright, so now, let's see. He spent a night in the night room, tried to escape. Okay. So I need to figure out exactly which one of these things is going to prove that that wasn't Gregson. Let's take a look at the autopsy report. Victim was shot in the chest at a front range. Scorch marks. Okay, this doesn't say anything about his neck. We don't see a ring on his neck there. I wonder if that'll do it.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Of the victim, Inspector Gregson. We're not asking Inspector Gregson to look at anything. You will see there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises around his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what will you tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times, sir.
Oui, Pepino is right. The man in the photograph.
Is he someone different to the man who held captives at night?
Order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Guys, he was fucking dead already! It's not that hard! We also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Haired League in his diary for that day, which surely means that we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, then that was pretty fucking sus.
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel? I'm calling a meeting now. Brrr. Explain yourself. We're going to vote you off, Ryunosuke. Into the lava pit you go, Ryunosuke.
The whole thing defies explanation.
It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up at the park at the Redhead League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever the truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRossi? An imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who took these two red-headed men took the prisoner that day cannot. I fucking had a stroke reading that sentence. Holy shit. The person who these two red-headed men... There's so much fucking rhyming. These two headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. Jesus Christ, that sentence was hard. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from the pillar to the post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino is not such to say, huh? So who's that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Fuck, Bro, I don't... Wait, what the fuck? Why, Gossip? Why would you do this?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that...
Why, Gossip? Why are you like this? One of the witnesses who was in the stand this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with such a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom, immediately! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh? I always heard this move is a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say?
I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, I don't remember what this guy's voice was. We did it 2 weeks ago. I'm telling you, you got it wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice?
We are in a bigger trouble, eh, capo?
It's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
I wish I remembered this guy's voice, but I don't. So, new voice. His voice changed over the break. The inspector and the identification revised.
This man who claimed to be Inspector Sate was definitely not this man. He's right, see, you think we don't forget these grand lips, huh?
I'll never leave Fresno Street, alright? I no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, man. I know kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that?
Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I carry off a disguise with a face like this?
Doesn't look like I disguised. I don't remember what it fucking was. I need to go rewatch the VOD and figure out what the fuck his voice was.
Certainly would appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, There was no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. Would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks, Kazuma. You bitch. Inspector.
Claimed to be Inspector Sate was definitely not this man. He's right, so you think we would forget the grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in any redhead league. All alone in the world, me, enough to fuck nothing. I want to be involved with something like that. Just look at me, it doesn't look like I can carry up a disguise with a face like this. Alright.
Hold it!
I don't know, money's pretty nice. So you heard of the Redhead League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in this town. Oh, I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red to it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me saddling it off to any other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRousseau.
Oh, oui, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip swear just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent?
He has some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
No, you're mistaken, Sean. I never left Fresno Street. Me, like I said before, you mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes.
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is a Hugh Boone, huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
Hold on. What? Wait, I know this name from 2 weeks ago. What the fuck is... Who is Hugh Boone? Why do I remember this name? Who was Hugh Boone? I know I recognize the name. Ugh. No!
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objection.
Objection!
Objection! I have one! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Oh! Hugh Boone, he's the guy who had the... He was the guy who rented out the room. That's what he was. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put it very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no final peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be a grubby little room in a fallen-down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Aye, if neither of us is a vulgar, it is not a me. Sink again, Pepino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like it talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as anyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the bodies were discovered. Has been here under our noses all along.
I read the room where that fellow was found is true. For what difference it makes?
It makes a lot of difference. It makes a lot of fucking difference. So you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only police should have access to.
No, that board's not mine. Oh, the inspector must have brought it along. It's only been the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's caused me no end of bother, to be honest.
I see. It seems to be that Mr. Boone would rather as little known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, this is that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
That was a good little interaction.
No, you'll never find love.
Probably not.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip.
It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically saying I dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me. Does it look like I can carry off a disguise like this?
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip.
Perhaps, but if I was gonna stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Fuck you! I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast some scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself.
He could barely have hidden a crumb in his mustache of that size.
And anyways, the detective we spoke at had no facial hair at all.
CC is a couple, he's right. He was a clean shaven.
Certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Also, they literally several times now have said the victim was clean shaven. We know Gregson was not, so clearly it was not Gregson.
Doesn't it is?
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable.
It's identical to Mr. Roshi suffering.
Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind?
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to hurt your hands with this, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there is a clear red mark around Mr. Boone's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized caller.
Mon Dieu! With your words, it is like you try to wring my neck! It does look very much like a my neck, though, eh?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lip in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before.
Oui, c'est ça. I swear to advise the flames of my eye.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Imagine I forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I'm saying. For some reason, that makes me want to eat. How do you fucking call it? Eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the ground lips.
No, lad. I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Uffa, that isn't a problem, see.
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Boone.
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Objection!
Nope. Okay, fair enough. Clearly grounds suspicion. Nope. Alright, let me take a look at the court record. What do we have here? Okay. I think I know what we're doing. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo. Says the man mercilessly dishing out penalties. Alright. All alone in the world. So, if that's true, why is this lady in your house?
Objection.
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that Among Us... Ah! He didn't actually say Among Us. I just saw the word Among and my brain just fucking went, hey, wee, wee, make the joke. Make the joke. Press the button, press the funny button, make the joke. Do the thing, Julie. Ah. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that is, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense. And tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. He's ugly as fuck. No man in disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of the elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. He's not Mr. Vigil, is he? Hold up. Hold up. He's got the same hair, doesn't he? Is Boone Vigil? And he has been working for like 10 years, right? He does it. He has the same hair. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no. Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
This dickhead.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah! I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Erlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The one in this photograph, in fact. This is Miss Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying this trial, because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also been unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on 1 minute, I don't have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRosa, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
No, stop! Get off, please! Don't!
them weren't real lips. Get 'em. Very convincing.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Damn, he cleans up quick.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, this is no question. This is the inspector we saw today in the park.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park,
Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather,
was you posing as the inspector and no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly could quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years.
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from?
Boone is... the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. He doesn't strike me as a murderer. I don't know who the fuck did it.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it.
It's just a dressing room for him. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I don't buy that he killed him. I don't think it was Vigil. I have no clue who it was. I knew him from my time working at the prison.
When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
Ha! I was wrong. I was wrong. It was not the killer pretending to make sure he was alive a day longer. This goes deeper than I thought. I'm kind of at a loss right now.
What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orski's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Your Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
He's dead now, so it doesn't matter.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say...
So Gregson had him go around pretending to be an inspector so he could work in that room on that board?
is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up as a croaker.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Where is this going?
What the fuck was Gregson into? What was he doing?
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
That is true.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Osogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed in another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed leaguemen when they imprisoned the inspector.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ah!
Order. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, Counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh.
Answer me, man!
One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, Counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Well, Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Ryunosuke's last moments, his own father.
I know, I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Osogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Bullshit you did. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years ago is a long time. Would have forgotten the reason why you left at such an important job.
Yes, you're right. He didn't fucking leave, though. He literally didn't fucking leave. He got dismissed. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the note is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. What was that? The professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place! The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict climbing out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced this professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up!
Mr. Vigil? Does he go fucking Super Saiyan now? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I have reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but can I help you now? Chief Warder, you're supposed to prefer overseeing the execution of four, eh? Well, it seems the fellows of Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you, buddy. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh, jeez. Did he jump out the window? Oh, my God. Oh, I don't know. Who killed Gregson, guys? I don't know.
Order, Bandit, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with a meeting defense.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
What is happening? What is happening? Bruh. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Runo! Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. He said all he said was, I must leave. I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true, bestie.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read into the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always had Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue on our investigation. So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There are still some unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turned out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered with all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
I never imagined I might have to be investigating Inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as early?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit early yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinner's.
Oh, of course it is. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Ah!
Let's investigate, my dear fellas. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine that I'm quite sure will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange Mr. Shums is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we could find out.
Yes!
Yo, what up? I got some things to ask you about Gregson.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely?
What do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not.
Hmm?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ooh, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my.
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
Guys, stop before he goes back. This does feel very, very strange.
I must say I was impressed.
Oh? Well, thank you.
Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend.
Oh, I see, yes.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Played the part. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Ah, it's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
I don't think so. I think Strongheart.
No! Gregson the Reaper.
I don't buy it. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intend to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
No, he was also looking for the people that did it. Oh, you got the wrong idea. Gregson's innocent. Please let Gregson be innocent. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy to me.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents off Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
You what?
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already, then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of
Asashi. Fucking, of course her name is Assassin. Of course her fucking name is Assassin. What else could it possibly be? God damn it. Wait, what?
Shin?
Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. I forgot about her. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan on conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asashin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree.
It all comes together.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits.
I have nothing but respect for him.
I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceeding earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, and economics, and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. That was to be the professor's final strike. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep! You're coming with us!
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, all right. We got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. Just when I thought my time had come.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
It was the Soge's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you in confiding in me. I mean, I've been wondering if Genshin was the fucking professor for, like, this whole time. Because, like, it makes sense the reason he escaped would have been because whoever helped him escape would have believed that he was being set up. Right? Like, and you think about it, Strongheart was the one originally who was supposed to prosecute the case, and then he let him do it. I feel like Strongheart is the real professor, and he fucking set up Genshin to take the fall. I think maybe Genshin knew about the professor stuff, which is why he said that Clint would never forgive him if he let Barrack die. I don't know. Oh, it's hard to say. I don't know. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett. What is up, phone? Miss Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure the government will want to hear about this new information. I don't know, fam. I'm worried about it.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Bye! You can go back to your book. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady, and you are. Ah, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? I knew your father before he died.
Wait, no, don't tell her.
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes.
Hee.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against your Sony, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. No one ever says nice things about me, so I appreciate it.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jikago has got to. Don't tell me I messed up. I'm perfect. I've never erred in my life. I'm just tired.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday.
Oh my god. My head is spinning, bro. I'm lightheaded, bro.
Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Ripper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks was who was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all the mysterious deaths, it was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon. Did you say assassin? You mean that Josiah Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. What was his name, perchance?
Professor Mikataba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Yeah, let's talk about it right in front of her.
Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try and leave me behind.
Thank you.
It's that young girl. She's called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories, starring the great detective shows. But the names of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all his kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Josiah Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, Jordan and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris! Maybe go, I'm allergic to cinnamon. Can you go get any other kind?
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
I haven't seen Judge Jigago for a while, have you?
Guilty!
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. He just carries the gavel around with him. That's a fucking power move.
No, now that you mentioned, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, I've gone to explore the great exhibition.
Is that shit still going? I thought Trevor ended that.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Chicago having been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Shishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please.
No, what a lovely picture. What? He's gonna everyone's worsty strong. What the what is worsty strongheart? Certainly seems to shout we've arrived in Britain. Is worsty like the opposite of bestie? I don't fucking know what you're saying.
None of us had anything always coming. We took that away.
No, that's so true, bestie. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do what? Father, what's the meaning of this? I love that Susato push. She's like, oh no, you didn't, Dad! What the fuck? I love Susato.
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read of all Sudato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So you'll be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as the Sogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant, not mine.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it. Come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? I'm just Kazuma's player too.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to the next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestions for your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yeah, no doubt. Asashin.
Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes.
Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, He looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
Yeah, there's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this set.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Suzato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
Surely not. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I love the idea that he was just fucking hiding behind the couch, just listening to all the conversation.
I leave the sending of this in your hands, my dear fellows.
Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Nice. That's the Sholmes special for you. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office. At once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Nope. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Well, worry no longer. Here he is. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Cosmo beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think it like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, what were you doing at the day prior to the incident? What is that on the window there? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. Oh, that's a chimney. I thought that was a handprint.
so as usual I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
The professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for a word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours of the following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set for the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty. Very fucking roundabout way of answering the question, Genshin. Very fucking roundabout way of answering the question. Did you kill those 5 people? I have killed a person. Yes. Genshin! Genshin!
I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
His last will and testament, then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet.
All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon? Where there's a will, there's a way, Naruhodo.
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but
somehow it disappeared.
It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming,
It can't disappear completely!
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way? Well, he wouldn't have known about it.
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prisoner governor know to look for it?
Well, yeah, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was, the Asogi papers.
The Asogi papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it from all your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now? Well, I'm impersonating a police officer as a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered... well... It could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder... Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind...
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Bark Lake Prison.
Wait, wrong prison. Fuck. Wrong prison. Sorry, Van Zeeks.
Oh, back again, are ya?
Yeah? Hello.
I've ordered all butcher investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil.
Yes, luckily. I'll be right back. I need water. These voices are hard to do with a dry throat. I need drink. I finished my drink. I need more.
Ugh.
The drink has been imbibed, as they say.
Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't ain't working here no more. So it's your case now what to do at Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Right, Kimmer. You came very well. So about a wee handcuff biscuit.
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you doing here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. Why are you literally bringing it? He literally just said, please don't tell anybody about that. What the fuck? I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Naruhodo, what are you doing? This is clearly a bad idea.
Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened in Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not forget about it with irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
Murder's botched execution, and no miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye? Shock and embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution caught a scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. And Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened. He was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get all that. Do you not think he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I can shun all responsibility myself. Shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody who catches to wait on at a time now. With Gregson have been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden remaining visitors.
No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending your pocket without, Cremmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose if there's anybody who might still can boot what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensics division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey, you say?
Oh, I say it's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one.
First of all, of course. Second of all, why different last name?
The wee man's just followed in Mom's footsteps. She didn't even see without a scalp in her hand.
Ah.
Mama, what is this?
Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
Dr. Scythe's
Daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey?
Why, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't get the ins of it. She grew up watching a man working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with their own life. I can understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved a man's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, it was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the old professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh?
Sorry, I do have another question to bother you about.
I just come to know about that, laddie. There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers.
Ah, well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, that's right. You well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Avers new. Go for that cook there. Think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee look around in here. Well, I'm sure I can find it.
This is sus.
Ah, here we are. See.
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I can't read away these Japanese squiggles. But mine says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back on his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. Oh, that's so bullshit, dude. He didn't fucking write that. So these are the Asogi papers?
Oh, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi and they drew about them. No mystery here, laddie. Just slow. Throw the stramash of that sliced his execution. He's in the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. That was the end of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the fucking end of it, Caden.
One thing out before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yeah?
Never fucking come back. Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you didn't make no mention of him outside this office. Or rather, or wouldn't he just prefer it? Consider it an order from the highest levels of government.
I understand. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Where the fuck would we find Gory?
No arguments, Professor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi, my lord.
Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Could have at least given me like a hello or a nod or something.
Yes, what are you doing here?
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeke's trial concluded today. The prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries.
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. And miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in Rockslide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. What a coinky-dink! Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, the Reaper's true identity may very well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks is condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something which you need to concern yourself with. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with the prosecutor Asogi?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Oh, fun little diorama of murder. I enjoy it. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikatama. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jikugo, and about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were headed across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre serious... Man, did any translator bother looking at this chapter? There have been several misspellings, and now it says fucking serious. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events, I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something left to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. I presume just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was just, in some way, my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. On the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. And that's when I met my new best friend, Ben Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. His dad is kind of cute. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikataba, your father, Suzato-san. Oh my, I'm a father? Wow. You did say your father Susato-san, which was weird. It's almost like commas don't fucking exist, or commas exist, but it sometimes can be misinterpreted.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UA. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it up, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and that the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. For whoever had been a member of the judiciary, he would have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jikagu.
Ah, to the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama?
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was.
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Barak Van Zeeks is the real Reaper.
Huh?
And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Cosmo, what do you make of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom.
Okay.
So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Please show him the armband. Okay. Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Kazuma.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Why does Van Zieks have fucking bats? Ah!
You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zieks, wouldn't you say?
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think.
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course.
How about a sparrow for you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. You always do. Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man? Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zieks' apprentice.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
There's Lord Van Zieks' incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I notice you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zieks when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Ooh! Fucking get him. Lord Van Zieks' fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must be having a real tough time of being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. Well, there has to be something else, right? We're not allowed to present him stuff. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Is there anything here that wouldn't count as evidence that I could show him? I can look at the cast. It seems irrelevant, though. The cast didn't strike me as relevant. Cast floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Allen barrels, I suppose.
They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order.
What? Every week?
Lord Van Zieks can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arrange them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He considers the task too important to entrust anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own.
So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Okay, that covers everything in here. Where the fuck else can we go? Do you tell me where I can go next? No. Waterloo Hotel? Why? To what end? Here we go. Or maybe fucking not. I would imagine this little figurine would turn out to be a watch winding key. Suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. Seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than was ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of the British staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe he's always got in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room like a big pizza pie. That's amore. It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression. Yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't! Revolver. Just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's out of the type issued to the members of the police force and judiciary, but Gregson's own gun was found in his person. And of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness. Not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think Cold Hard Prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Then I wish you every success. Turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all. Where on earth would he have been killed? One way or another, we must find out. For the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. When I start thinking all this through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Details the case is stretching back over 10 years without notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you do consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really does bear thinking about. Where the fuck are we supposed to go? Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. Imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Are you sure we've asked everything we need to? What the fuck else could we ask? I'm not. He won't let me present evidence to him. I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case. The Red-Headed League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. A certain great detective being among them. I expected those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan. Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. No. You already tried that. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. What am I missing? I mean, there's no reason for it to be this. Yeah. Autopsy report? Maybe. Makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. It does have Gory's name. This came up in the trial, didn't it? I figured it was evidence, so he wouldn't talk to me about it. But you make a good point. That's something a little dubious. I mean, the fact that it has no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence being at the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too.
Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Hey, Post, welcome!
Karoma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom are expert swordsmen.
Well, then you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karoma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade name for a surname.
Really, Karuma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor.
Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeek's given what happened, but the fact is those events in this case are, well,
unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
I hate what you've done with the place. I really hate what you've done with the place. It's awful. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room... And the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? I hate it.
What? What was that?
Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
No, we're good. We're actually fine.
Then I think you'll do nicely.
Ah, no, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... we have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember, the one who sent your mom to jail.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Let's see, what do we have? What do we got? I mean, we could just show her the autopsy report. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump. Oh shit, did Strongheart prevent her from putting it in there?
Then please tell us what happened.
So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came? That's disgusting. Why would you tell us that? That's his own personal business. Jesus.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're gonna go to the same way as your mother.
You fucking what? Give it here then.
Huh? But she's scribbling so furiously.
There.
You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But the details of the autopsy report have been updated. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
I can't believe I cannot believe the key to this case, the key to the time of Gregson's murder is his fucking fish and chips. The motherfucking iconic fish and chips are the fucking key piece.
What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator, and I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though.
I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No. In other words, it would have corroborated with your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Oh? What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detectives in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer.
I mean, we know that your mom was fucking spoiled as shit. We know she was dirty.
And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yeah, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotava.
I had no idea Professor Mikotaba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be!
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came by one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
What? Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris?
Runo, I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris.
Well, we'll just come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were here with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Hey, you got some splaining to do, guys. Really? They don't have any splaining to do? Nope, nobody's hiding. Where could we possibly go? Not gonna be anyone here. He's off to his meeting. Hotel? Maybe Dad's back? Nope. Oh, there is a new bag here that was not there. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. As soon as we try and open it, they're gonna fucking show up. There's some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Tobias Gregson.
Oi! What'd you think you're doing?
Yo, Gina. Came back just in time.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
Actually, it's Tobias Gregson's, but okay. Where are you hiding?
Why, now you'll leave something on 10 for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Otto.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say? Well, come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly?
Usually I'm talking at the yard now. They sure been ashamed of themselves. They're saying they was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who go off scot-free.
Yeah, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, and obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? Yeah, they wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it. It was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh, that's our Gina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeon supposed to have been done by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps he was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognize anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October.
Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like,
Don't say fucking Assassin.
Nah, it's no good, I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear.
Oh, what a pity.
Was it fucking Assassin?
There's something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Fuck! Fuck! Don't suppose it means anything, but. You hate to see it.
Did you say Shin?
What, does it mean something?
Lord Van Zeeks knew that name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook.
Oh boy.
We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before, that would be undercover investigations, Redhead League then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some covert pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got me own ways of getting results.
Hell, Toby! Toby! Toby!
When me and my partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend.
Toby moment. This is a veritable Toby moment. So you tracked down anything then?
What you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, ain't it?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if your lord ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Gina, about your hellhound there. Yeah, pick him right back up.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese police talk means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder?
Ooh, 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 do we?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Sniff, 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 sniff.
He might be a little too keen, don't you think?
Oh, he's going.
The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, right, it's a fair cop, Spiz.
You nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough of that now, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It wasn't like that. It just went.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what's going through that head of yours, but it ain't what happened.
Alright, then what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? No, fucking the guy named Sandwich. Dipshit. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards is. The boss's trunk.
Sandwich, I didn't take you for one to fall down the life of crime, my dude. You mean when they heard the sound of a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said?
I can take 3 guesses.
I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing any more, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
What'd you haven't even the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle at the scene of the crime, then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figure I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
I mean, there could be something very valuable inside. Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try and find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Grr. 1 second, Tobes. 1 second, buddy. Ooh, a gash? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Hold up. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means
That this was a present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
to think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a gray stain from all the fish and chips. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yeah, he was gonna go to fucking France. That was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. Oh? What, really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. How interesting. Tobias Gregson. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Okay. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Miss Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Ah, Toby! Ah! Oh my god. I've been jump scared by a dog.
Toby, wait, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Naruhodo fucking died. Toby killed him. I can't believe the game is over because Toby murdered us. Case 6 is fucking Susato putting Toby on the stand.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let us take tea while you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigation. Oh. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Not what I meant to do. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours has obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
Thanks for the fucking gourmet tips on how to make my face delicious. Steam is rising gently from the kettle as always. That's not what I fucking meant. I meant to go downstairs to drink tea. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that you know. Tears of joy, Miss Susato, from my mouth.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut.
The fuck?
Her mit dem
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? I feel like I am. I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone.
I know, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Did you kill her? Why is he wearing his mask? Why is there broken shit on the floor? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Well, that worked. What the fuck is Mikotaba doing passed out on the couch wearing Kazuma's mask?
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction.
Hell yes! Oh, we're doing it! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean?
It's time! The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme of the great secret you've been trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
Oh boy. I do want to go to bed, but I am ready. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure that this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular.
Let's fucking go! The game is afoot! Man's identity.
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea.
She's like, come the fuck on.
You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself that I may join the fellow in his state of elation.
She's pissed that he's got it all wrong.
Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the satay? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case.
Oh shit, does she know about her dad now? Did she fucking drug Mikataba and get him to fucking squeal about her dad's death?
He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein.
And he's returned!
The King of Germany.
Iris is like, the fuck?
If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany.
Literally doesn't.
It appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude.
A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Fucking Iris.
So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
Did it in one, Sholmes. Did it in one. That's the King of Germany. Got it in one.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth.
She knows her dad is dead.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you have allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret.
And now, oh, does she have something in her mouth? She's silent because she can't open her mouth.
And now, the final piece of this puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks.
She's fucking, she has tea in her mouth. There's something in her fucking mouth.
Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me!
Got it in one, buddy.
I shall have a bill sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
How did this man turn Mikataba showed up in our apartment and is passed out on the settee as the King of Germany destroyed my coffee cup?
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Yeah, don't worry, bud. I'm about to lift your spirits by letting you know it's nothing quite so bad. It's just your daughter learning her dad's dead.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Miss Susato, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah,
and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now.
Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not!
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia.
Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz the Prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yeah, even Mr. Shums is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to figure out the truth behind this mysterious scene.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more.
So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular?
Oh, hold it, Mr. Sholmes!
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when it has ceased to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the able tree.
So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Ah,
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country.
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn.
But machine singing, that can't be right.
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
It's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Ah, the music seems to have stopped now.
I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to be on the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin.
We literally just discussed that that's not true.
In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical.
Well, we literally know whose mask that is. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intend to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy with whom you had in tears. Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. Point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
It's your boy, Kazuma.
Take that!
Kazuma-kun.
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
Only you could try to make that sound positive. Cosmo's mask had been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's fucking Mikataba. What? It's almost like that mustache wasn't a dead giveaway. Ah! Father?
I'm afraid, Miss Susato, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Shams.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotaba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. The fucking picture. Naruhodo's face is always a fucking mood, just... why is everyone such an idiot?
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed in that knapsack.
So that's a 5-pound notebook and out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. What's Iris really looking at? The Persian slipper? The metal chest. This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Shonsa worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insisted the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very? I've never seen that chest unlocked before, and all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
I guess she doesn't have anything in her mouth.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon a closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go!
No! Hurley, don't! Two people got knocked out. He's dead. He's dead. Sholmes died. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris.
In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Shulms, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure it wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where'd it materialize from? Oh, fuck. I just did the same thing again. That's a fun little Animal Crossing rat she's got, pink rat she's got here.
Take that!
Key! Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, when Mr. Sholmes had thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. I knew something was in her mouth. That something is the key just now in your hands. No doubt the key leads to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotaba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing Cosmo-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotaba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when he fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught onto the unconscious professor's finger. That seems very unlikely. So you mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. She's like, I'm not usually in this. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Oh.
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah, she is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No, she wasn't. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotaba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Another deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Ooh, fuck the case file.
Take that!
I knew she stole it. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. You visited Scotland Yard autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing.
Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! Damn, why'd you do a crime? Why'd you do a crime, Iris? Crime doesn't pay.
Deduction complete. Elementary. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trap chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in that that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah, for father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah?
Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh yeah, of course. I'll help you carry him out.
So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris bruised to stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I'm fucking visualizing Sholmes with his fucking lanky-ass arms and lack of muscles just pulling Mikotaba upstairs into an attic. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and the notes all about the cases they sold together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Early. I decided then and there that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. But hey, before you do that, could I take a quick look, if you don't mind? Well, let me look after it for you until we get there. Y'all don't mind me taking a quick look, do you? Claimant seeks male, 33, British, 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the art. Other superficial external ones indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Gregson. No internal trauma. Okay. You're not going to tell me what the fucking the evidence was? Damn it. I must go water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. At least she doesn't know her dad's dead. I know Mr. Sholmes is dead for her. Here for her. Ah. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What, did I miss something? Not sure what I'm missing. What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Oh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Oh my god. Iris is dead isn't Mikotaba. What? What is what? How the what? What is going? Why? Why is Mikotaba's writing? Oh my god! What is going on? What is going on? This writing is my father's. What? What? Professor Mikotaba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows! No, I don't know anything. What on earth does this all mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. I'm not giving you a choice here. You're not getting out of this one. So the autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotaba then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Surely you're joking.
Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think this again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended stay tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikataba engaged?
Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Then why the fuck does it match everything? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Hairlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stories inside that mental chest, stored inside that mental chest?
Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if this autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray impress me.
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikataba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. I can't believe Susato and Iris are sisters. That's awesome.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasp the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotaba.
Professor Mikotaba? Does this mean that you're the real Mr. Wilson? Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Yujin Mikotaba, your father.
Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in.
I must say, though, now my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all.
I still remember the first time we met.
Pray
Remind me, when was it again, Mikotaba?
16 years ago, Sholmes.
Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in charge of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
But rents are devilishly high in that particular area.
That's right, so I decided I need someone to share lodgings with at the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
And the situational cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures.
But in the last year Mikadoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case which you become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotaba really is Mr. Shone's famous partner. So who the fuck is Iris's dad? Father?
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you and the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
Who is Iris? And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
What is the answer here? Because there's a... Iris told us that all the notes of the Great Detective's adventures are in that metal chest. Were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
Okay, so it's false. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Ah!
Or Sholmes is just a filthy liar.
Upon my word, Miss Susato.
Or not. God, I don't know what to believe.
You are coming along wonderfully as well. You two have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris... Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare.
No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is she's about to fucking Susato take down her dad. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she...
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man.
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotaba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikotaba. The game is afoot.
But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage waits downstairs already. God damn it, Sholmes, you did this on purpose. You bastard.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I plunge straight into all this!
Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then, we'll speak again later.
So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision.
Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
So case 4 ends on a cliffhanger. Case 4 isn't case 4. Case 4 is case 4 and 5. Alright. Shit gets real next week. final chapter, The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That'll be next time, folks. Thank you for joining. This went on longer than I anticipated. I did not think today's stream would be, 5 hours long? Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Am I streaming? Yeah, I've been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Jesus. Yeah, we're gonna call it. We'll see y'all next week with the final case. Probably like the first half. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much. There's so much. Goodbye. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Have a good everything. Wait, blaze it. What am I blazing? Why is everyone saying blaze it? What the fuck?